Good morning, y'all. I was just taking a sip and I looked up at the big monitor and IWM is going crazy from the time that I opened it. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at. Oh, well, you know what? It looks crazy on my other screen. This is basically what I'm seeing on my other screen. Okay. So maybe coming in with a little bit of drama. But let's go ahead and start over. Y'all know I like to go from right to left. You should have your journal sheets out and ready. I do have a free template in my Discord, Trader SQ85. You're welcome to go over there and download that PDF so you can follow along. Okay, so I'd like to start off with the day. Today is Friday. It is July 7th. No, July 10th, correction. And so usually I just like to take into account what the MO is for the day. And so Fridays, we're going to be scaling back. We're not going to be trying to, make profit from, make up for losses and stuff like that. We're not going to over leverage. The MO for Fridays tend to be get in, get out. Institutions like to get in and out within that first hour. And we're just going to accept that, hey, if we don't see a setup or we don't have a trade or we're not able to get in, one or two trades, if you're green on your first trade, just close that laptop and walk away. And that's what we want with this lifestyle. We want to be able to just be able to make income and go about our business and not have to be stuck with a 9 to 5, especially on Fridays, right? Okay, so let's just jump right into it. Kind of eyeballs over here. There's on the right. There's not much information. No high time entries that I'd like to see. Let's go ahead and look at the. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and start with the. Oh wow! Did it already reset me out? I'm going to share what I'm looking at here with you guys. I like to use tradingeconomics.com calendar or /calendar. It's been a while since it's done this to me, but I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking at here. Apparently I chose United Kingdom and not United States. Okay, so that lets me know I need to start kind of just locking in, start to focus. Okay, so for Friday, let me share what I'm looking at here. On tradingeconomics.com /calendar, we don't have a lot of news for today. So that can be it is what it is, kind of explains what we're seeing. Let's head back over to SPY. That kind of explains, let me kind of show you what we're seeing in terms of pre-market, um, especially this one. Not a lot of activity, kind of just flat. Um, okay, so let's just, you guys already know by now, I always like to just skim in case I'm missing something or, if there's a clue that we can look for. We are buying up off of this floor here on the monthly. Um, we had a retest level here, but we are pretty much bullish. In terms of for the week high, we are back at that. Ooh, we are opening above the week high. Yeah, this is pre-market up here. And this is, for the week, we do have the strong wick indicating we want more upside. Um, this is, you can see here, I was going to delete it, but whenever we hit 300% on any time frame, and I'm doing all of this with the foot SPY, and then when we get to QQQ and IWM, you already know what it is. Anytime you hit 300% of something, we're going to have rejection. So yeah, you might have a little bit of a, you know, rubber ceiling here, but rejection, rejection, um, And then we're going to go ahead and try to retest this level. So I'm going to leave it here, even though it is on the 1 hour time frame. We're going into the daily here. For daily, we are trying to move to the upside here. Came back down and filled the gap. We had gapped up. Came back and filled it. This was, if I believe, a higher time frame um, bullish zone that we're tapping into. Here you can see that we are retesting levels to the upside. So we had traders that were bullish. We came in, hit 200% returns, and then came back, retested, dipped into these buy areas, and then reasserting ourselves over the past couple of days to come back into these buy levels. That being said, um, it can try to do a rally. I think what we can do here is I wanted to show you guys this because I was talking about how I want to see what happens with the 4 hour when it starts to cross the 4 EMA, right? So I'm just going to make a note here. 4 hour, this might get a little annoying, but 4 hour crossing 4 EMA. But I just want to be able to have a heads up on that. It's going to give me an idea, just be my eyes and ears. I'm not averse to using alerts in this day and age. Um, but it's just my eyes and ears. I want to see like if we start to break below this level. Let me just check something here too in terms of SPY is saying we have a 1 hour entry as well. Ooh. Okay, let's just check something here. I want to make sure when the candle is going to close on that. Why am I not seeing it on? Why am I not seeing it? Sorry guys, I want to make sure. So once per bar, so it might trigger quite a bit. We'll explore what that means moving forward if we want to, kind of close time over. Anyways, let's continue to move forward. We're kind of start off a good time and then, but this is, like I said, we'll spend some time here and then the rest of them, it'll be easier to sail through. So then in the 1 hour, you can see we kind of are flat, but I would be willing, this is when I was like waking up at like 2 in the morning and I was like, ooh, let me just look and see what's going on. This would be a good buy above level. I hope you can see what I'm doing here. So yesterday we were bullish and we never really quite, we have that um, classic 50% reversal, but all of this was kind of like post market. So we're going to have people that are holding from yesterday that are bullish and they're going to try to rally to the upside on SPY is what I'm seeing. So I would say we have a beautiful retest of this, stop loss level here. Um, yeah, let's do this. Let's move this up here. I like what I'm seeing here. Um, and yeah, this was just another level I was paying attention to. Um, yeah, but we're going to be bullish on SPY. And then for puts, I feel like you see this put level right here. Once we enter into this area, that means that we're going to be, there's people who stop loss is set for here. We can look for, re-entry to puts down here. So this is just me, like, being familiar with how my indicator works, but there are other hacks that we can use. Here we have another indication, a little bit of a finer indication that even though we are bullish, if we continue to buy above this level here on the 30-minute, we can, reassert ourselves for. So this is the top of 30-minute buy zone here. I do like to color code it. It's just one of those things where want to make it, and I am spending. I'm comfortable with the amount of time I'm spending on this. We do have a little bit of a VWAP gap here. I would say if we break below here and invalidate this zone, then we're still in a buy above zone. Um, yeah, then on the 15 minute, I like to keep us on the 15 minute. I would have liked, I like what I'm seeing here in terms of this bullish base, but I would have liked to see some type of a buy entry alert. Let's so now let's just quickly move through. This is the thing when I talk about, like, I feel like this screen can be the most scariest, or this ticker at this point in time. But yesterday was a great example of, like, once you know what to do with the volatility and how to manage your risk, I got into a really good trade, a couple of good trades, and then it just came down to risk management and um, just trying to break some old habits. I did not wait for the first 5 minutes. And I think especially with QQQ, it's just like setting parameters. So if it just looks like there's a lot going on, you guys, like, let's not try to force it. You just see me kind of just starting to drill through. And as I talk through how to, what I'm looking for, hopefully you're starting to spot it as well too. But we're not going to try to force anything on QQQ. Here at like 2 in the morning, you did notice we did have a gap down. We were attempting for some upside and we failed and we dropped significantly. That being said, we have a little bit of a VWAP gap, like right in between here before we, yeah, it's just um, kind of just eyeballing it, but we are opening below the VWAP as well here on this time frame. We might have a little bit of a bounce. Yesterday we had some craziness going on here. We did not quite fill. This was a, let me see here. I think this is like a 1 day gap, and yesterday I had missed it. It was a higher time frame gap. Yeah. Is it on the 1 hour? But and nonetheless, there's a gap here, and I probably could have titled it. But then you're going to see there's a smaller gap here. So this one, it went to like almost 50% of this gap. Um, and so it looks like we might end up being bearish. We failed to continue the upside. We were bullish. Now, that being said, when I say we failed, we actually did good. Anytime we hit 100%, like, I just kind of consider closing it out. But if we enter, so here's the thing. This is the reason this is here is because this is a no trade zone for me, or like low probability, and it's just letting me know, like, hey, if there's other things available on IWM or SPY, let's go over there. Especially with this gap, we might try to do a gap there to the upside. Um, that being said, we did satisfy up and down both ways this gap right here, but we still have this gap down here. Like I said, we on a higher time frame, we kind of came to halfway. But one thing we always like to at least at a minimum touch the 50%. And the reason I'm saying is, yes, you can see how it engages with the 50% consequent encroachment here, but um uh he has learned is that if he starts to freak out or he hears me, I'm gonna let him out. I'm gonna move through here quickly. This was during pre-market hours, but during market hours you have to engage with this level, and we never quite did that. We satisfied this one, and we opened yesterday. We were kind of like in this gap and had one below. Very confusing to kind of deal with and try to determine which side to move. But this one was fun for me to play yesterday because I knew what I was doing. And outside of trading within the first 5 minutes, I got in there and I was really happy with the trade there. That being said, let's just look for some puts to the downside. Um, but again, it's kind of trappish because you have another gap up here and then you have a gap down here. All right, so that's the levels I've marked off on the 30 minute. Um, Everything is indicating we want a little bit of downside. And also, good morning. We do have, from previously we did take care of a 300% level here on on the 15 minute, but we're gonna kind of just, yeah, we've satisfied that up to 300%. Like I said, we do have another gap down here that is on a much even lower time frame that still hasn't been satisfied. So we might see a little bit of downside on the Qs. Okay. I'm gonna check IWM real quick, but I want to come back. You know what? Let's just do it real quick. I just want to make sure on the higher time frame, like on the daily. What are you trying to do? What are you doing? Oh, we're in a little bit of consolidation. We're trying to break to the upside, but you can see that we're just kind of like stuck in the zone here. We do have this gap down here. We have several. So we got a little bit of chop. We are, I think, trying to, like I said, reassert ourselves back up to the upside. But and again, same thing with the 50-minute pre-market. I would have liked to see some. I would have liked to see an indicator, that we have something happening. But I think it's just going to be the gap for QQQ there. I also would have liked to see the gap extend a little bit more over into like pre-market hours. But hey, and then, so with that being said, we're not going to force any trades. And you guys already know by now, you've seen how I just kind of eyeball here. I just want to make sure, even though I have my alerts that I do set up, we are buying that off of this level. So this is like a retest that you see on the lower time frames, but we are kind of be bullish. We're breaking above this 8 and the 4 here. On the daily, okay, so on the daily, I'm going to move this up and hopefully get an idea of how. Now, this is interesting. Yeah, I just love it. But this is basically like going to be when I'm, telling people how to use indicators. Just look for those higher time frame blocks. And then you don't really even know this is green. You don't want to get caught up in here. But if you're going to take this trade in here, you're going to want to look for calls. Okay. Especially off of the high, but that's a pretty high time frame. That being said, I do have a couple of things going on here. 30-minute calls. Why do I have a red here? Okay, I'm going to leave it, and here's why. I don't always usually do this, but if we continue to the upside here, you can see that we are trying to re-enter into calls to the upside on the 4 hour. And so if we can get above this level here, and get calls above this level, then we have more upside testing these levels right here, right? But if we fail this and then come back into this 3 month zone, then we might have more downside. That being said, we do have prep to the upside in that crossover that I like to see, where we testing the 4 EMA here. So I like what I'm seeing there. And then for the 4 hour, um, you can see like we just kind of stayed flat, trying to break above that 200 EMA for the first time. And nice. These are both 200s. This is the fast, I believe. This one is the slow. This is the simple moving average and exponential right here. So we are trying to build above there. Beautiful. So on the 30-minute, we did hit 100%. But yes, I remember this from yesterday. We were trying to break above this 200 moving average right here, which is a major level. We're consistently staying above the VWAP. And so I feel like they're going to try to get more upside as long as we can stay above the 4. I like to use the 4. Not a lot of people use the 4, but the girl likes the 4. A lot of people like to use 8, so that's this blue line right here. And then I did mark off just, from like 2 in the morning. If we if we come back down here, I'm just going to be cautious because I would look for some type of a wick or confirmation that we're coming back up to the upside, especially as long as we stay above this here. But if we break below here, we have that 300% 3 month level that once we go below there, we just like to, when they dip, we dip, we dip. Ooh, I love what I'm seeing here. This is what I'm talking about with an IWM. This is what I want to see. Um, Now let me just check something. I think I was marking. This is the one. I think I marked this level. Did I mark it off of a 1 day? I think I was on another ticker, right? Okay. Oh yeah, this is based off of the 1 day. So on this 15 minute, we have more of a base. I like it. Usually what I see pre-market, when I see this pre-market, I'm gonna try it one more time, just kind of eyeball it, but we're gonna probably have calls up here. We do have a little bit of puts, but those look like those are satisfied. Also pre-market up to 200%, but this is a nice solid base in the buy above zone. So, this is where some people might try to get into calls right off of open. And then if we break to the upside here, we have 4 hour calls from this zone as well too. Let's see. Okay, I think I was doing something for calls here because on the 4 hour, we had this gap. And so if we continue to hold above it, we had gapped up. Then I would have looked for. All right, I gotta go let my little Bruno out and keep us on the 15 minute here. I shall go get it. All right, so we're gonna keep this here. Um, and I'm gonna put some music on for you guys. Hopefully, you guys have been able to hear me. There's StreamYard, and then I will be right back. Let's do this for a couple of like 2 minutes. Gotta be back in 2 minutes. I got that one. All right, are you all ready? Let's go. Let's get it. Okay. Whatever you have going on, oh, go ahead and park that. Whatever that will be waiting for you. I promise. On the other side of trading, let's commit to at least a solid hour. I like what I'm seeing here on SPY. I like what I'm seeing here on SPY in terms of starting to build a base. If we get some time frames, some entries, I'm comfortable with that. I like that we're in this buy above level. Uh, let's see what happens with IWM. Is it going to soar? Um, I'm learning not to just jump in on stuff, but this is confluence to the upside. We're in the buy above zone here. And then we have this nice strong base as well. So we already checked off there's no news. Let's see what that means for no use Friday. 9 seconds. Oh, I need to mark the 7:30 line. See, this is why we have to have your journal notes. So here, I like to look for higher time frame confirmation entries. So let's see. Here, you might have a little bit of selling off. Let's see if this zone gets invalidated. Um, we're going to want to see a base on the lower time frame start to build above here. We usually have sellers right at this previous day high, lurking, waiting for you. This one, I'm going to tell you right now. So this one does have a prep to the downside. Yeah, we're rejecting off of this previous day level right here. Previous day high. If you start to build a base below here, I wouldn't necessarily get into puts anywhere in here. That's just me because we're in a buy above zone. Um, this is the only one going down while the rest of these are going to the upside. So you might have a strong wick up here. Let's just wait for those first 5 minutes at a minimum. At a minimum. On SPY we wanted to see what was going to happen with the 4 hour. This is opening above previous day high. Like you see how look IWM. You see how they're buying up off of this previous day high. That's what I would have liked to see too. Um, Here QQQ continues to remain in no man's land. They're doing somewhat of a market open gap fill, although it was kind of satisfied. But if we break above 50% of this level here, we might continue to have a little bit more upside. That being said, you do have to just stay high. You're going to have some, um, oh, we have a nice break out here. So you might have some sellers right here at this level. All right, let's see. And then here, oh yeah, we're testing stop losses for calls. This is, I would look at this as entry. We already had people pre-market that are feeling bullish, and so this is just, I consider this like a retest of those levels until we invalidate here. Um, so I'm just gonna wait for some type of a retest and then a wick and then buying back up into these spaces. But that being said, what's really happening here is if you step back, the previous day high, this one, this is like, you gotta think of it like those scary houses where you always have like people waiting at certain levels. So they were just waiting for shorts here. So as soon as it hits this level, they're gonna hit, yeah. So those are the previous day high, that team, but that's not part of my trading strategy, but I'm recognizing what's happening. And then once you break below this 300% level, you're gonna have probably a little bit more um, push to the downside. So, so yeah, I just, based on my strategy, I'm not gonna look for puts in this buy above zone. If anything, I consider it a retest. Here, if you know, like how we have, they're asserting that they want to turn this gap into a bullish zone, and they can break above here, then I would entertain calls above this level. I would be cautious too, just because here, previously high, um, gonna have some lurkers there. This one probably has the best probability in terms of it's in a buy above zone. It's above previous week high, and then they're building a base above previous day high, right? There's some pre-market puts here. Oh, and that's probably what they're trying to fill right here. But yeah, there was some pre-market. This is stop losses for puts. So they're gonna give these people their 300%. I'm just gonna wait. I find it interesting that these two want upside right off the bat, whereas this, which looks more bullish technically, is just you know, dumping. Okay, so if you waited 5 minutes, go ahead and give yourself a star here. But this should give you cleaner entries into what you're trying to do. Especially if you're using Robinhood. Wow, I'm so excited. Like I found a trading platform. One of the influencers that I'm following, she's so good. I might do a tutorial with her for futures. And the way she explained it, I was like, when I tell you I was praying about it, and the way those answers answered so quick, and I just, it was so nice. On the 1 hour, let me show you guys what I'm looking at here on the 1 hour on IWM. It looks so much more. I'm gonna make the screen. It's so dramatic on the big screen. I'm like, oh my god, you guys were here when I was doing the pre-market stuff. I was like, it's such a big candle. It still is. It's so dramatic on the big screen. But pretty significant sell-off here. Let's take a. I just. Although let me just take a look here because I want to see. Yeah, I see that we're approaching these levels. If we break below here, honey, if we break below here, I'm gonna make this red. If we break below there, there will be put in. And the other thing too is there is a 1 day block here. I don't keep this in mind. I hope you guys can see what I'm trying to do here, but I want to see what we're going to try to do with this level. Didn't IWM have, I think it was something else that had, it was QQQ, has this gap down here. So it looks like they're trying to buy off of, these are 200 moving averages. This is simple moving average and exponential moving average. So we did fail below this one, but here it looks like we're trying to buy back up off of this level. Trying being the operative word. Yeah, so we're really testing people's stop losses here. On the 30 minute, we're starting to show that we want some downside. We're breaking out to the downside. 15 minute, been showing that we want downside. It is satisfying those pre-market. So it hit 300% here. So I do expect a little bit of a pullback. It does line up with this 200 moving average. That's crazy. I did talk about how I kind of did just invalidate this one. But honey, these people wanted their puts. And then we also had calls for the upside. So just something like this is going to happen again. And this is why, especially if we see this, we're going to wait for those first 5 minutes. Just for things to kind of settle and kind of get clarity on what we're seeing play out. We can start to get ready for some calls to the upside here. Some confirmation for calls. 3 minute put entry. We can try some puts on IWM. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Just be cautious here. We're not going to over leverage. We do have a nice. I'm just patiently waiting. I'd like to see price kind of come back down a little bit. 3 minute. I am anticipating a little bit of a touch of the stop losses. am reading a little bit on the 3 minute, giving a little bit of FOMO. Okay, yeah, it's running. See if it's gonna give. I did say like if we get down below here, I'm gonna be waiting for the king put. So it is running off of the 3 minute on IWM. Okay, we're starting to have sell off on QQQ and SPY. Okay. Having a little bit of a reversal. Ooh, y'all, I'm feeling FOMO-ish. Oh yeah, so let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here with this 50% level. Oh, this exact level that I marked right here. Let's just see. This is the one, we're back into a buying level right here. Ooh, it's running, it's spinning. I'm gonna try, it didn't fill. Okay, this filled. Um, Woo, it is reversing like crazy. I kind of knew at the 50% level, we are in a 1 day buy zone, so I want to keep a. I think I'm not the only one that knows that if you get into here, we have a little bit of buying back up here and buying back up here. So they're all kind of mirroring. I'm going to. I am dinging myself for getting in at this 50% level. This is planned to be a strong level right here. So we did. I like how this candle opened down here. Um, and I'm really mad at myself because I don't usually like to enter in at the 50% level because the reversals are so much stronger. But I think I was trying to chase from that 30% move to down here. I am holding just because we are categorically bearish and we are in. Oh, this is a buy above. Yeah. We broke that. But there's such a. I am a little bit chasing here. But I did talk about how if we get to the stop loss that puts here, we could have more downside. I did not wait for confirmation that we opened below it. So that's not a good move. I do like how we're rejecting off of this 30% here. Alright, I'm gonna let you know when I'm breaking even on IWM. I do like that rejection here. We did fill back in orders at the 30%. If we can break below here, ooh, I'm just being very careful because this is a 1 day buy zone as well too. I'm about to get out. Yeah. Let's see what happens on that next candle close. Oh no, I don't like that. And it's so much easier for me to just get out. It's really pushing my limits here. If we get to, I'm just gonna get out. It's about to do that, and I'm gonna be okay with it. I am looking at the dollar amount, and part of the reason I'm just willing to jump out is because this is a 1 day buy zone. Okay, yeah, it's about to hit it. Um, we're in this 1 day buy zone, and so if we have buyers step in for a 1 day, then I just don't want to be caught up in. I just don't want to be caught up in that. I feel like how we're rejecting off of this level. We have a little bit of sell-off here on these as well. Being too optimistic. I'm gonna respect my. So we have 3-minute puts again. Is that right? Another entry for puts on IWM. I'm going to continue to hold. I'm going to trust the process. The only thing is though, you guys, these were bullish and we're trying to buy back up off the zone. This is a 1-day buy zone here. I don't want to over trade, but I will acknowledge that I did um, yeah, I'm gonna get out. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because, like I said, this is a buy zone, a 1-day buy zone, and I am thinking myself, I'm gonna put this in big letters. Entered at 50%. We're not doing that again, baby girl. So that lesson, we're not. There's just little things that I do that I'm like, and then the other just critical thing is I didn't, this is how I feel like not just myself, but people would have gotten trapped. We did not open below this level, but this you can see is a key level right here for where we wanted to put to the downside. So uh, let us just be patient. Have one more trade left in me. And then the other thing is too, yes, this was bearish when we would have been kind of feeling bullish. I would be careful with this one now. At this point, it's like poison. I'm feeling like you need to come back down below here so we can get these puts. Because once I see this, this is a call. Oh, this is a buy above zone, right? We don't have puts until further down. I'm going to leave that alone. Let's look at what's going on with SPY. You might get confirmation for calls on SPY in the next 12 seconds. The open interest. The open interest on puts too were pretty high for IWM too. You might get some confirmation for calls on SPY. This is the top of the 30-minute buy zone right here, and it lines up beautifully. I was gonna say pretty beautifully with this previous day high here. If you want to hold, staying above the 4 and the 8 here, but we are starting to move to the upside. And I think if you're looking for entry, I mean, here we did open above this block here. This one, I'm just so mad at myself because I did chase a little bit, but it did hit 50%. Or, yeah, 30%. That was, I thought this was 50%, but nonetheless, yeah, a little bit of chasing there, just a tiny bit. Oh, yeah, I forget on Fridays, we do have the gardeners. And other things too, if they'll be gone in like 2 or 3 minutes, just so good. We like 5 minutes. So we're just gonna patiently wait. I'm gonna put a little bit of chasing because I'm checking myself to make sure that I did get in on a E. QQQ is giving call entries for calls on the 5 minute. This will be my last trade. Open interest does look good. I'm gonna wait just a little bit. I almost pushed up. I'm gonna wait until we can get some type of a wick off of that space right there. They're testing stop losses. So I'm gonna wait for some type of like a little bit of a lower time frame. I like how that's looking up. Just gonna wait to see what it does at this level. And then maybe we can just be to be safe, wait until we get like a wick and here before we get to the upside. We also do have um, we also do I like how we're holding above this level right here, this buy above level. I do like that. Um, this is conservative. I'm gonna get in some calls here. And I always like to write down right away what the entry is because sometimes I'm trying to remember. And I'm entering on another E for QQQ at 6:50 on 5 minute call. And I'm gonna be um, looking to get out close to 30 in the previous day high. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna get out. I'm satisfied with my fill. Oh, that is hilarious. I got exactly what I lost on my first trade. Um, this was this. I'm gonna put this as a great entry and execution. Um, I was out at 53, so like a 3 minute trade. I was really sad. I'm really happy with that. Um, I got, but that's how Robinhood. I swear they have some little sneaky tactics. So I'm exactly at break even. I had a negative amount here, and I made it back on this move on QQQ. Just a little bit annoyed. I'm gonna sit back and just kind of chill a little bit. I'm gonna wait for the top of the hour for some type of confirmation. We have top of the hour in 7 minutes, so I'm just gonna take a seat back and chill. Part of the reason why I always like to get out just a little bit before the 30% level, buying into the strength. But you can see that a previous day high. I talked about that over here. When we hit these previous day high levels, you're gonna have sellers waiting for you here. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. Let's go down to a little bit of a lower time frame on the three on the PPT just to make sure what we want to do for yeah. So I'm gonna wait until we can kind of establish that we're outside here. So here, I mean, this is it's beautiful to see in the sense that, like, even though it was quite a ways up, IWM, they are retesting. It came and touched this block. It touched this block right here. I don't know if you see that wick into that new 300% zone, and it's starting to reassert itself here. But on the 1 hour, let me show you. Be careful because we're buying this back up, right? And looks like we're trying to break above this 200 moving average. So just be careful here, you guys. I want to see a little bit more strength down here. And even if we do have the top of the hour, there's always some type of uh, a pullback that happens, and then we'll determine if we're trying to continue to get more downside. But let's just really wait for us to get back down here before we try to do something. Now, if you do get a 5 minute, like I said, you can start to kind of just ease into some type of push down here. We are in a buy above zone. I'm gonna mark myself for that. This was push in a buy above area. And then the other thing too, it was a lower time frame. So this one was like a 3 minute. It needs to be much higher. Push buy above. I'm gonna put this is a low time frame. So I'm just starting to set rules. And at the same time get ready for re-entry. Okay. You might get confirmation for puts on IWM here. Because it's opening this would have been a classic entry right here. 3 minute puts again on IWM. I feel like they want more downside, y'all. Are we gonna go for it? Let's look at the open interest. I mean, the open interest is there. I'm not in anything yet, but I did pull up contracts. We're having to start sell off on policies. Alright, I'm gonna try. I did get filled on my order. I'm gonna write down how much I got in at. So like I said, I like to have a visual. I'm gonna put it at limit order so that if I have to get out or with a quick jump to the downside. But this is a buy above level here. So it's a C. In terms of the other ones we're watching on the side, we have a little bit of sell-off here. I'm going to put a tight stop loss. So if we go down just a little bit more, I'm going to put the tight stop loss and just call it a day. Oh, you know what? We are close to we are close to we're close to the top of an hour, and I was gonna try to stay away from. Good is doing something. Let me see what's going on the 1 hour. We had just talked about this. Girl. Okay, I'm kind of like at a it's so close to my stop loss. Okay, we are bearish here on the 15 minutes. I'm just gonna eyeball it just a little bit. And we are at this 1 day zone. It is not an ideal trade. But we do have sell off here. We're kind of at my stop loss. Alright, so it's top of the hour. Let's see what we do here. Let's see what we decide to do here. Oh, it's my friend's birthday! I need a tax off. Just gonna keep a very tight stop loss here. Let's see. I like it. Can you give me some more? I'm being greedy. I acknowledge I'm being greedy. We might have buyers step in violently here. I got out with a very small. And the reason I got out, I'm gonna tell you, is because at the top of the hour, yes, we are bearish, but we're gonna want to, not only is this a buy zone, this is not the most ideal trade, but we're gonna wanna retouch something here before we continue for more downside. So that's trade number 3. I'm not too hot on having 3 trades. I'll give myself a C on that one just because. But it was an E. It was a 3-minute E again. I'm gonna put that it was too close to 7 a.m. We're buying up this zone, but this is a buy zone right here. We did open below this V-lock here. I mean, below this 200 moving average here. Let's just take a chill pill. And let's look at the 15-minute time frame. And this, I'm going to say, even though we were bullish for the most part, this is not, you don't want to be, this is a buy above zone, but these ones look like a better setup. Did we have call entry on QQQ, and did I just ignore it? No, we didn't. Oh, yeah, we did. We did have call entry on QQQ. Why did I ignore it? Oh, yes, because we were waiting for this. We were waiting for a wick up and a buy up off of the 4. So we can start to look for entry on QQQ. Once we start to build above this level right here, we did reject previous day high. So just be careful too, because that retest can push you back down here, is how I would look at it. Open interest is good on QQQ. Ooh. Let's just see what's happening here. A little bit of rejection. So yeah, the previous day high. Let's just kind of see what. Let's mark this level. We want to start to see some type of breakout above here. This is looking good here. We can go down to a lower. Same thing here. Just mark that level. And then let's just start to see what it looks like on the 5-minute. It's really good here. I like that we opened above. We might get a confirmation for upside on SPY. SPY is safer in terms of like the contract options and how consistent they really are with their follow through. They're not trying to play no games when it comes to that setup. QQQ is a little bit more volatility. This one's a better, this is like an A setup. This one's a B only because we have previous day high here that we're gonna have to contend with. And that you can see that the sellers are they're gonna want to get their downside or their 1-to-1. off of this previous day high here. So that's the only thing. Maybe we can shift our focus to SPY, being ready for entries on SPY if it presents itself. I think when we were looking at hood, this is crossing a buy level right here. I will be stocking up on SPY. I mean on hood. Yeah, you can see where. Okay, let's go down to the lower time frame. Let's look at here and just see what it's looking like on the lower time frame. If we can get some type of confirmation on QQQ. I'm gonna keep it on the 1 minute. If you start to see a breakout to the upside, it will be one of the first. So we're doing beautifully in terms of building a base above here on QQQ. A little bit of a sell-off there. We're still in the bullish area here. Yeah, we're still, I like the zone. 1 minute might be a little too aggressive for what we're trying to do right now. The other thing too is I did talk about how the 300% level we love to reject off of it. Look at how we're rejecting off of this level. We have people kind of short us here, but this we did have a break above some type of retest. All three are selling off, but this one's a little bit more aggressive. IWM is saying that it wants no downside. I'm gonna be patient and wait until this gets down here and below here, and this is the critical zone right here. I'm looking at the 1 hour on IWM, and we did open below VWAP, and it looks like we have decided to reject off of the 200 moving average. So, and then the wick fill would be right here on the 1 hour. So SPY continues to be bullish. I know it looks like it's selling off right here. Let me show you what I'm looking at. So we're still in this buy zone. So I would just be careful. They're probably going to try to retest this previous day high. Let this like 1 minute start to break below here. Let that happen. This will be my third attempt at put. Open interest is there. Open interest is there for, oh, it's a 300% level though. I'm always just careful, like the same way it should be with the 50%. See how we kind of reverse a little bit. Really, and we keep buying up off this level, so that lets me know that they're testing people. We have another open below um, that zone. This is a 1 day block, so let's just be patient and really wait for some type of confirmation on a higher time frame that we want downside here. We've got buyers trying to step in and buy at this level. We are retesting. I like how we rejected off of that 4 EMA. I'm still looking at puts on IWM. Might not be the best move because But the setup is there. We had a double entry to the downside here, and on the 15-minute we are in a bearish zone. Oh, we have a 5-minute put entry on IWM, y'all. Let's just see. I'm gonna wait for something. I want to see it break below here before I try to get into anything, because it keeps buying up that zone. I'm just gonna wait. You have buyers stepping in here, and this is important because even though we're not trading off of these, if these are kind of buying up an area, but I want to see what we do here with that. There we go. I want to see in the next 12 seconds if we if we hold below here, I'll test it. I might get crucified. There we go. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Oops. We opened right above it. I think. Yeah. Just wait. I haven't gotten in yet. Oh, there it goes. You gonna go without me? Trying to build that block. We're breaking out to the downside. I do place an order. I'm going to see if it fills. I'm not going to chase. See if it fills. As for how it's holding, I don't want to chase. Yeah. Why? It looks different on the. That's a little. This is my fourth page. And it is based off of a 5-minute E. We're in a 1-day buy zone. I did talk about, so this let me show you what I'm looking at. We are in this territory. We tested another stop loss here for puts. If we cross, I feel like my computer is lagging, or I don't know if it's the TradingView side, but if we break below here, might be a little bit too early entry. We're going to have more downside. Okay, there we go. And so then now we're starting to reactivate people that were feeling bearish before. We're going to concentrate on this one because I want to see what's happening on the 1-hour time frame. We're testing stop losses. So once we cross over this, a little bit more downside. Oh, I need to make it so for me, I'm going to, yeah, so we just triggered. I'm going to go ahead and get out. I'm very satisfied with that. I'm going to put great play. This is the put on IWM. I'm done for today. I did 2 contracts that I was pretty, you know, feeling pretty confident about how it was playing out. That being said, let's go ahead and let you guys see what's happening on the calls for QQQ. Um, don't worry, don't fret. We are testing the stop losses, and we did open a little bit lower. So to me, that you want to just wait until we test these levels and then kind of come up from behind and wake up. We are waking up. We're buying up with that stop loss. I'm gonna set this so you guys can get what you're dealing with. But we are re-entering this put zone, and if we continue to have small candles closes below here, we're going to try to hit that 30% and even get the previous day. We did touch previous day high, so sometimes they like to go all the way from previous day high to previous day low. So, which lines up coincidentally with this 30% level. So the bears from up here, they're they have reactivated this put zone here. Okay. But what happens from here on out is really none of my business. It's not. It's none of my business. I'm going to start journaling and closing out. We are getting close to 1 hour of. I keep telling myself I can multitask, and I think back in the days, but now I'm like, I need to just focus on what I'm doing. Okay, which was writing down on my journal. So we're approaching 1 hour. When we get to the 1 hour, I'm going to show you what's happening here. Well, let's keep it on the 15-minute here. I want you to see something here. When you approach the 1 hour, you're going to have a 1 hour of trading. Instead of trying to get in on the 3-minute confirmations, we're going to be looking for like those 5-minute and 15-minute confirmations for what we're trying to do. I wanted to show you on the 1 hour. It looks like it was wanted a little bit more downside, but it's buying up beautifully off of this 4-hour zone. And I keep seeing this previous day high here that you kind of have to contend with, but for the most part, why am I so liking? This is a great confirmation, great buy off of the 4, great buy off of this stop loss um, area. Oh, I did mark this. See how it's rejecting off of this? This is lower time frame. Like if you can break above here, this is where you're gonna start to have that snowball effect where it's like, okay, lower time frame, building up out of this base, and then just really pushing through. So, but yeah, let me show you what I'm talking about because I think this is a 5-minute base. Yeah, if we can assert dominance above this level here, what we want to reject it just a little bit. We're engaging with these stop losses here. But if we can, and we did have a, so we're going to try to retest this level. Um, we did have, same thing as here where previously high, you might have the bears try to come in and validate this zone. Um, yeah, you can see the same thing here on SPY, that level. This is the level to break out of on a lower time frame. Ooh, we got some sell off. We got all three selling off. We got all three selling off. Um, Invalidating stop losses for the upside here on the 5-minute time frame. That's going to create a snowball effect. We are rejecting this kind of breakout to the upside here. SPY is recovering better than the other ones. It's bouncing, buyers stepping right back in off of the VWAP. And let's see what they do with the 8. He has a little bit more to go. Buyers are stepping right back in off of these stop loss levels beautifully. Let's see if we can hold above this level here. IWM is So in the next three seconds, if they close below here, we're going to see more downside. Just in terms of like 1 minute time frames. I keep trying to explain that, but whatever the 1 minute, even though I'm not on the 1 minute, I can kind of eyeball. I've learned how to eyeball because I used to trade the 1 minute. But yeah, so here, as long as we stay below the four, being conservative, we're going to have more downside on IWM. So let's just keep that there. So you guys at this point can kind of see the dealing there. And then just confirmation too, we did not close above the 8 on the 1 minute. So the 1 minute, they drive everything. We do have a sell off on all three ETFs, but it tracks differently. Let me show you how it's different on the 1 hour. 1 hour, we're just coming back into this gap area, which is not a surprise, right? At 7 o'clock, we have some type of a like pull back into wanting to touch VWAP before we decide if we want more upside or if we're just gonna tank. And so then that's what you see here. Um, this is also overlapping with the gap, so they're wanting to close that gap from pre-market. That's what's at play here. If we continue below this VWAP right here, there's another VWAP gap. They're going to try to fill here. I think we want to continue to hold it down and go more downside here. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I could see like if I have a lot of screens, oh my god, I'd be in heaven because I would have like the 1 minute on one screen, and then I love having the 1 hour on the big monitor up here, and then these ones just let me keep track of what's happening across for the most viable option among these. If you don't need, you really don't need to be having too many distractions. But yeah, I think if I had another screen, I would have them on the 1 minute so that I could look for entries like this one. Now, look at how it touched 200%. We're going to have a little bit of taking profit, but let me show you what that looks like. So here, not only is it hitting 100%, lines up beautifully, they're just taking profit, but the 1 hour was what we were kind of asserting that we wanted to get in on. I think I was waiting for it to populate. I could have sworn we got in on the 1 hour, wasn't it? Isn't it the 1 hour? If it was the 4 hour, oh, but then that's going to be really like a wicked sell-off. But yeah, I want to say it was on the 1 hour. Did I not push it back far enough? Yeah, it was on the 1 hour. Oh, I thought I was losing my mind. So we didn't quite hit 30% here, but they might try to come back and just scoop that back up. We have not touched previous day low, and there has to be a retest level, not just in terms of like, if people are wanting to be bullish, they're going to want to see this a nice buy off of this level or retest of this level and then more upside. So I feel like the puts are going to try to really push to get this 30% level here. Let me see what else is happening. This is a buy zone. And then on the 1 hour, yeah, you can see that now that we have touched the VWAP and it took us 20 minutes to get there, we're buying it right back up. We're 7 minutes out from 1 hour into New York session. And just remember, Fridays, we like to get in and out early. So buyers stepping in here off of the VWAP and off of the 8 on the 15 minutes. So this looks good. So as it starts to build a base, above here, and then on those lower times we start to fill this space up, and then just the upside. You see how the 300% level I was talking about here, we tend to have like a massive rejection. Oh, it's more, of course, deeper on the higher time frames, but this 1 hour here, I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback. This being said, on the previous day high, I think we said this at open, they're holding up very nicely here above the previous day high. I like what they're doing here, right? So when you think about what previous day high means, for IWM, you had sellers below here, and they just tanked it. Here, for previous day high, we're just buying up. We haven't even really broken below here. Like, just, they're like, what are you doing? Smack them right back up. Now, as I'm talking, they're like, oh yeah, let's just show you how, let's just tank a little bit. But yeah, I like how we're holding up above this previous. Let me not fix it for y'all. Let's go look over here. Let me not fix it for you guys. Let's look at QQQ. QQQ. Now, what would be interesting there? Let me just kind of flatten this a little bit. If you want to be a baller, um, and you start to break below these levels, for sure, like below here, you got this gap down here that I feel like they're salivating for, and they're like, we have to deal with it. And do we want to wait over the weekend to deal with it? Do we want to rally, or do we just want to deal with this before we go up? So that's kind of like what's going on right here. And then I think like if we were to go to a higher time frame, you start to see that a little bit of that indecision, where it's like buyers and sellers. The body is still strong bullish, but you can start to see we have indecision. Like, are we trying to go down or up or not? You can start to see that indecision there. This is a little bit nasty here. Just in the sense of like what it means for stop losses here. And then not really giving people the 30% level that they would have marked, and then not really giving them that previous day low that they're looking for. There's like gotta have risk management. I think part of like when I grow my account is when I stop being greedy and I really focus on base hits and stuff. And so it's just one of those things like you always people are like they're holding through like fire, wind, storm, and all this stuff, and I'm like, let me do my base hits, especially because I'm growing a small account. But here. I'm gonna praise the Lord for my daily bread. I did. I'm going to grade myself here. I think my total profit for today. I did do 4 trades, which is not ideal, but I did do 4 E's. Um, and it was a little nuanced. I feel like even though I was doing myself, I practiced risk management because I got in on E's, on 3-minute E's here, but you can see that they played out. And so I just practiced the best risk management that I knew how. We got second confirmation here and then a 5-minute confirmation for downside. And so at that point, I kind of knew what I was seeing, especially I think on the 15-minute too, I knew that we had, even though this was kind of like a buy zone, I knew that we were kind of categorically bearish. So I feel like I just managed that the best I knew how. Part of where we're bouncing, I am always interested in where, this is why we're bouncing. This is what we're bouncing off of right here. We're bouncing off of this 200 moving average. I feel like we're bouncing a little chopped in between here, but we are just kind of having some bearish stuff happening here. That being said, this is a 1-day buying area right here. And so you just kind of see how we're going back and forth and just kind of make what we're correct. Now, this being said, um, it did give you, yep, that nasty 50%, y'all, that I'm telling y'all, it's going to be exciting when we get more people here, but this 50%, 50%, 50%, just that snapback at that level is just crazy to me. But if we invalidate this is a 1-day buying zone right here. This is a 1-day buying zone. And if we break back above here, we're gonna want more upside. And then we're gonna continue to break above these stop losses for puts here. So You can see that the volume is dying down. What time is it? We are 5 seconds away from 1 hour into New York market session. You can see the indecision there in this candle. There we go. So we're still opening. Ooh, still opening above VWAP here and above the 8. Still in the bullish zone. Let me see what's going on. What that means in a 5 minute. Yeah, you can see where we're starting to consolidate. This is kind of good. I'm going to keep it on the 5 minute here because we want to have some type of breakout. And you might get that confirmation on the 5 minute, but we do have a really nice base down here that I feel like if you get confirmation for some upside, SPY is so consistent and reliable. Um, still practice your risk management, what have you. I do see a little bit of a VWAP gap down here that still hasn't been addressed. But we are buying up this area here beautifully on QQQ. I did mark this level here, but what does it mean though, bro? I think this is like supposed to be a bullish zone. Yeah, I mean, like if you want to try to break above here, we do have on the 1 hour beautiful buys off of VWAP. Um, just be careful with the speed that they higher. That's, you know, I think A plus setup right now, or A setup is you're looking at 5. This would be like a B minus to me, just because you have the speed to stay high here. Or if you retest it and they want to short again, you're going to get caught up in like the staircase elevator trying to rally up, or you're trying to decide if stairs or stairs or bullets are going to win at this level here. Here on IWM, we do have some upside here. I would say like the two that you can kind of try to still navigate would be kind of like here, and then here. So yeah, I'm looking at those. I'm side eyeing this. And then here for the 1 hour, yes, we are buying up those zones. Um, it's still below VWAP at this point and below the 200 moving average. But I think the biggest thing, especially like now that we're 1 hour in, we got all of this. We have all these bears in here. And so I feel like overlapping with this 1 day, oh, there it is. No, I wasn't even trying to be funny. I'm gonna go open Robinhood in the middle. Ooh, wow, yeah, exactly a 1 hour. They're tired. These people want to go home. Ooh, this is gonna incite fear. I don't know what Trump then said, but this is gonna incite fear. People gonna be in puts. We're gonna see some sell off. This is about to incite some fear. I told you that 1 hour. Ooh, and then you get the low here, puts. But but they're buying up off of this level. Be careful here, you guys. This is previously below. Ooh, QQQ is gonna go for that gap. QQQ is gonna go for this gap right here. I'm telling you right now. The other level to look for here too is previously low. We are breaking levels below previously low here. Ooh, we keep buying up off of this right here. Be careful here, you guys. We gotta keep buying up off of this level. Oh my goodness. Let me look at what's going on with Robinhood. This is going to incite fear. People are going to start exiting their trades, and I anticipate more downside here because anybody who was in calls, they're going to be. This is nasty work. Because think of the fear that is going on Friday. You've been holding, you've been patient. 1 hour into the market, probably been over trading, too many trades in, shaking out people's stop losses. Yo, and then it's kind of like, wait, are they trying to get trades? I mean, like entries to the upside? Do I exit? Do I hold on to my, nasty work? Nasty work. Let me show you guys what it looks like on the 1 hour over here, because I'm trying to see what these people are doing. On the 1 hour, they are testing the stop losses for puts here and buying the zone back up. Ooh, ooh, I want to see what happened with the 1 hour here. Um, how far did they go? Because remember on the 1 hour there was puts. Oh, they hit 100% from previous levels. Ooh, yeah, nasty work. Ooh. We finally touched previous day low. And now we're trying to decide if we're gonna, girl, it looks like they want, so this is previous week low here too. So they tested some stop losses, like if you wanted to buy in a previous week low, this is a great buy-in level. Maybe a little bit more downside on IWM. Oh, well, no, you got a little bit of bias stepping in here, previous day low. Stepping in with the buyers using previous week lows. This is a 1 day buy level too, so ooh. Let's see what's going on in the 15 minutes. Okay, but here on the 1 hour, you can see these bought right back up off these levels. Word. Let me see what's happening with Hood because I do wanna. Ooh, this is good. I think that it's on sale. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just personally gonna buy some in here because I'm gonna take some of my profit. I'm gonna put it into my Roth IRA. Keep myself a little bit distracted, but yeah, I'm bullish on Hood. I like BNB too, so I'm gonna put some of my profit into BNB and and now that everything's tanking, now's a good time to get in. I should have gotten in when but I was watching in. But I'm gonna contribute from mine. Let's do. How much did I? What's my balance? Okay, let's do. Let's do. Yeah, do this now. I'm wanting to make sure that when I make profit, I'm starting to move it over into mine. And I love now that you can do it from your withdrawable cash because before it used to be this whole thing where you have to wait for it to go into your from your checking account and then sometimes it would take like 2 to 3 days and girl, what are you doing? Look at this buy up level here. So let me go ahead and make my little orders. Let me go ahead and buy my little stuff that I've been looking at. So I want to buy this. I'm gonna do, and it's so funny how I think after a while you start to think like, oh wait. I want to make sure that I'm doing it into my Roth anyway. I'm like, that's a great buy level. Whole time market is tanking. That's hilarious. Let's buy some of this here while it's on sale. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we want to make sure it's from my Roth IRA. All right, so those are balled up. I then took some of my profit from today and put it into my Roth IRA. And just want to get in a good habit of doing that. Robinhood is down 3%. JC Penny. Oh, you know what another one is I want to check? Well, I'm going to check it on my phone. These, so I got an alert for Visa. What happened? Ooh. Holy cow, but it did hit 30%. So if I had gotten into some calls, I would have had a nice, strong move. Ooh, I would have had to gotten in yesterday though. Because it basically opened, it gapped up. Yeah. And so now it's touching the stop losses for Visa. Yes. Now for 4 trades, I think I did, yeah, I did take a hit there. And then from there, it was, I took a hit here, and then I made it back here. I got a small, I got a small return here. That was number 3. So a small return here. Yeah, because I was like, I should have had more. But yeah, it was, I had a break. And this again just goes to show, because what time did I get into that trade? That first trade was still a little bit too early. I think it was still in the first. I didn't put the time down. I have to go back and look at my ticket. But my this happens all the time. Like I always do better on my later trades. Bruno's been doing pretty good. Yesterday he was kicked out, but he's been doing okay. But I do. What time is it? I already did my makeup. So here, I mean, it's part of the reason. I know sometimes people get annoyed when you talk about random stuff, but the truth be told, this is a kind of like a buy zone. You don't really want to be looking for. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. So this is a bullish zone right here. You see all of this green right here. So they're just picking up orders here. Gotta love how they, this is why it's so important to wait for the break below, because it's how you get liquidated. But this is a buy zone, and then you've got all these orders for puts here. And I think on a Friday, like, you just gotta start to, here they're trying to buy up off a previous day low. This is a great buying level off a previous week low here. But just the risk management and the probability of it all, yeah, we're breaking above the VWAP, so that's good there. Let's go to the 4 hour here so we can kind of get a better picture. I just don't like that indecision, right? The body is there, but it's still giving indecision to me. Um, you can see we just have a lot of this going on. We're not really strongly. Ooh, look at that. A little bit of a sell off there. They want more downside. The problem is, I'm going to tell you what the problem is with QQQ. You gotta fill the gap. And so, yes, we're bullish. Yes, we want a SpaceX rocket out of here. We want to. It's strong. We're all tech, AI, whatever, what have you. But baby, you got to deal with this gap. You got to fill these orders here. And even if we skyrocket and have a rally and we hit the week high, you're just gonna tank, and then that's really not gonna look good. Is what the rationale of is really not gonna, because then now people are really gonna be saying like, "Who? I knew they were gonna see it." So what are we trying to do here, QQQ? When you just look down right now and shook all these people out, you should have just filled this gap and then just really just ripped and show these people that we're going into the weekend strong. But no, you guys wanted to have buyers stepping off of these 200 levels. People that have their stuff say here didn't even give the people previous day high. Like, you didn't give them previous day high here. You didn't give them previous day low. What are we doing, QQQ? What are we doing? Um, SPY looks really good. I'm gonna tell you why. Because on the 1 hour, once we cross the stop losses here, um, we are back in this 1 hour zone where we did touch 100%, but once we started to especially get back into this buy zone. I've never really kind of seen that before, but I love it. Um, in terms of what this means, because like we have confirmation that we want to re-enter this buying zone, so they're buying these bottoms right here, and it's lining up with buyers. You can just see it. Woo! There we go. We got that 15-minute entry confirmation. Just be careful. 15 minutes does get tend to get a little wonky. They're gonna want to retest these stop losses here. To a little bit of a higher time frame ish, but this is the confirmation we were talking about that we want after the first hour. You just, yeah, just be careful here. They're gonna want to test these stop losses, and so what you're gonna want to do is, yes, you got 15-minute entry, but we want to wait for like a 3 or a 5 minute. I would say at this point like a 5 minute confirmation. So let's just let things shake out a little bit here. Let's wait for a 5 minute confirmation. We are in the 30-minute buy zone here though too. But what I'm trying to tell you is, like, I would say the level to break out of is like, let's just mark here. Bruno! See, when that happens, it's like he just freaked out. Um, with the 15 minute is that we tend to have a little bit of a breakdown, and then we can look for confirmation on the 5 minute. Oops. It's the near lower time frame. Yeah, so I got confirmation, like, if we get a call entry like at 1 on Visa on a Thursday, hold it overnight. At market open, it's going to hit 30%, and we just go about our business. So that's what we're going to be doing with Visa. I wanted to test it to see how viable if the indicator is with Visa, and it's really good with that. So we might have some Visa plays. Not me saying we're only sticking to 3 tickers, but hey, if it works with Visa, so I'm about to hop off. I just finished doing my makeup and everything, so, but um, let me see what's a good time frame for me to pick you guys up on. We do have like puts, but I feel like on the 3 minute this got triggered because of the massive breakdown. Um, I think, yeah, let's leave you on the 15 minute. If you start to invalidate here, you still don't want to get inputs anywhere in here in this buy low zone. You might have buyers stepped in here after previous week's high, and I'm surprised you don't have a little bit more buyers there on the previous day high as well. But oh my goodness, all of a sudden I'm so hungry. Let me show you guys one more time what it looks like on the 1 hour. Beautiful, we're trying to see buyers. So yeah, let's do it on the 15 minute here. And then here, let's see, on this one, this one, thank you guys. Let's do something that's going to tell us, oh, here we go. So we are kind of dealing with this gap here. Okay, yeah, it's going to be the 15 minute time frame again. Um, yeah, I feel like, okay, so this is what they're seeing too. If we break below, this is the 4 hour zone right here. You got to deal with this gap. Let's go look at the 1 hour or the 4 hour. That's kind of, you could see that we want it to be bullish, and I get it. We're trying to bounce off of this 4 and the 8. Seeing a little bit of sell off here, but if we break below here, the VWAP is critical here. We do have this nice wick over here that I like to see on SPY, and then when it happens, it just happens. But I like what we're seeing here. We're buying up off of previous day high. We have wick off of these stop losses. I'd like to see that. This is overlapping with the 30-minute buy zone. Let's see. We are, if we can start to get candle closes right above this is a 5-minute time frame right here, then that 15-minute is going to start satisfying its levels. There we go. So, and then just be careful here when we hit 50%. As always, we're going to have a strong pullback here. You're going to want to look for. Let me just look at the 5-minute real quick. I know. Oh yeah, we're getting close to that 50%. Not quick enough. All right, let's go back here. Uh, but this is good. We're building a base above here. Didn't quite give you 50%. That there's that little bit of that sell off, but if we can stay above here, then we're bullish. There's on the lower time frame we have, and it's nice because we have the buys right above previous day high here. Let me just go back and get the 5-minute. I wanted to see. We did have pink to the upside here. Oh yeah, here it is. Those on the 3-minute. We did hit 50%. Oh no, but this is stop losses for puts. That we're buying back up off on the 3-minute. We're invalidating puts, which this is good to see. We're invalidating the puts and we're buying back off of the previously high and we're buying off of that 8 on the lower time frame. So we should start to see that reflecting in the higher time frame here. A little bit of this VWAP gap that is being satisfied, and so if we can break above here, that's going to be the next level to break. Just going to keep an eye on it here. See if we can break above this. We can mark a candle here. Let's keep that eye on that. Let's just see what this means in relation to the 15-minute. Okay. I think we're losing a little bit of buyers here, but don't be greedy. We're 1 hour out, and usually institutions like we're trying to close out for the weekend. So we have another breakout that's happening here on the 15-minute. I like to see that. Looks like they're going to try to hit for that 50%. This is a little bit of a problem. I would like to see them hold a little bit more above this 8 here. They're trying to establish that hold above the 8. And then, like, even though we're on the 15-minute, I always look at the 1-minute time frame here in terms of like 9 seconds, 8 seconds. If we can hold, we're not above this right here. Practice your risk management. A little bit of invalidation of this 15-minute zone here. So we're staying above previous day high. All right, so here we decided we're gonna leave this on the 15-minute. And then here, yeah, we're leaving this. Ooh, snap. Okay, so here's the thing, because the 1 hour, remember, it's. I feel like the 3, if we're gonna get bearish, it's gonna be not only on QQQ, we're gonna have. Remember we talked about this. We are breaking back down below these levels, these stop loss levels, and we are retesting puts to the downside again here. So let's see. Let me go to a lower time frame and just kind of see. Yeah, this is all bear territory right here. I would say, obviously, if we break below, if we are below the 8 here on the 3-minute time frame. If we can break below here, we just below. We have a little bit of bias. We can break below here. We have sell off on all three. Ooh, why did that scare me? Um, SPY. Okay, we do have some sell off happening here. Um, Practice your risk management. This is a stop loss that we have right here that a lot of people like to use. We're starting to get some volatility introduced back into the trades here. So there's institutions are starting to shake and bake. Uh, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have a strong wick down here. Is this going to start shaking people out that were feeling bullish? And if you just have to think about sentiment, like if you were bullish and then you had this craziness and it's starting to get introduced again, they're going to start exiting their calls. Point blank period. And then you have sellers here below the previous day high. We have that VWAP gap that I was kind of eyeballing earlier. We're going to try to satisfy that here. So there's that. We ripped right through it. We have sell off on all three. And then for QQQ, I feel like the best probability is QQQ. Like I said, they have to fill this gap. It must be dealt with. Whereas here with SPY, this is like a no-go zone, but we're expecting calls above all of this area here. So IWM, because of where this is compared to the 1 hour, you're going to be probably seeing a little bit more downside. Let me put this back on the 1 hour for you guys so you can kind of see what we're, oh, it's right here. Yeah, so see we're starting to break to the downside below the previous day low here. We're starting to, let's see what happens in the next 2 seconds here. Ooh, there we go. This will be a nice entry. This would be a nice entry right here. I like it. I like it. We opened below the 4 hour. I'm not in any trades. I'm done trading for today, but I like that we opened below here. This is the first breakout below this level. We might have a little bit of retest. They might test these stop losses here. But, you know, if you want to wait for a 5-minute confirmation, we have more downside. Do not be greedy, but if you get a 5-minute confirmation for downside here, it looks really good because we still have to engage with one of these levels, right? We haven't touched previous day high, but we still need to touch something. So previous day low overlaps with this gap. They're going to start testing the stop losses here in this zone. Let's see here. This one was a little bit tricky. We opened right at previous day low, but we're starting to reject and kind of just decide that we want to be below this 100% level here. This previous week low, these are buy levels. So just, I mean, next thing to look for would be to look for some, we're on the low time frame, but if you can start to continue to have more small increment, like a snowball effect down here. I also like that all three are moving in the same direction. So not necessarily good news for SPY if you were bullish, but at this point, it's shaking out the diamond hand. We didn't even try to buy anything here at the previous week high here on SPY. We didn't even, just a tiny little attempt you just saw right there, but we didn't even try to. So this is going to start shaking out. We're going to see more downside. The end of 1 hour, we failed to break to the upside. Starting to get indications like, you know, this started off with the snowball effect to the downside. IWM tends to be conservative. QQQ tried to break to the upside and failed. We tried to hold that level, but we failed. And then SPY, which is our strong hold, is starting to just, this long candle to previous week high is not good. It's going to start shaking out people that are bullish. Let's look for the next level here to see kind of what we're dealing with. On the 1 hour time frame, if you continue to hold below this let's see. So, oh, we're close to the top of an hour. Be careful here. We might have a little bit of a pullback. And so in the next 8 seconds here, let's see what happens on SPY with this VWAP here and this previous week high. And we might have a little bit of a pullback here on QQQ. Let's look at the 1 hour and kind of just see um, very quick rejection off of the 4, but they usually like to go for the 8 of the VWAP. So just practice your risk management here. Okay, we're dumping. I like to see it. He's just going to be able to hit that 30% on that first 3 minutes. This is all we've all established. This is a bearish territory. Let's see for 15 minutes. Yeah, we don't be surprised if we kind of come back up here and try to test the 4 or the 8. We might want to retest this 200 level right here. But I think we can all tell where this is going, like especially if you can, like I said, like my rationale, how to deal with this gap down here. I don't know what that's gonna mean. And I feel like Fridays, they're just gonna want to get it over with, so it's gonna be a relatively fast move. Part of the thing is that when they did this wicking down stuff, this wicking down business, it tested some levels, whether it was for calls, that they need to fill these orders back up. There's people that are waiting for a retest. They placed their order and they're like, I'm gonna wait for the retest. Yep. So I'm gonna head out, but right here, if you start to break below this level right here, especially on the 1 hour, these stop losses, people that were bullish, you're gonna have more downside here. A little bit of a VWAP gap. Tiny bit of anything maybe here that we kind of have to deal with. We're starting to establish fair dominance down here below previous week low. We did open below VWAP and below the 8 here for the first time. I'm going to give you, let me see what's the best setup as we're heading into the weekend. Got a lot of sellers stepping in here below previous week high. I'm going to leave it on the 1 hour just so that you can see the invalidation of this. That being said, the best play to me, QQQ. If you can stomach the volatility of how the contracts move, we got that first open, well, breakout to the downside here in this 4 hour level and open down here. There has to be a little bit of a retest, but like I said, we gotta deal with this gap. IWM on the 3 minute, I like it in the sense of what it means for you to start to establish that you want those small candle closures below either stay low and either peak low. Let me see. Okay, 15-minute would be a good one for you guys because you're probably going to get like a 15-minute confirmation to the downside here. Let me just put the 5 minute. Okay, 15-minute is a good one too. We always have like a pullback of some sort at the 50% level. Definitely take profit here at the 100% level. You can see a little bit of contention here. Buyers are trying to step in here, met with the bears that are lurking below previously low. We have failed to buy above previously low, even though it's in a 1 day block. So I think let's just look at because this one is bearish, but I feel like you're gonna have a better idea of where to exit and stuff on the 5 minute. The 15-minute is a little bit further out, although it will be good for the weekend. I'm gonna head out. But with that being said, if you do get a 15-minute, the 15-minute is tricky only because it has to be established, and then on the lower time frame, look for the 5-minute entry after the 15 minutes, and then you can. And all of the alerts are right here. So oh, we got some comments. I apologize, guys. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're happening there on the screen. The comments. Oh, thanks for watching, guys. I hope this was really helpful. So, um, you're gonna see all of the puts here. The only thing is, let me see what it means. Oh, because I'm gonna head out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take myself off the stage, and so when the call outs happen down here, you're gonna be able to see those. Okay. But otherwise, you can also see them over here. Okay. So I have to go to my other responsibilities. But you guys have an amazing weekend. We will be back here bright and early. I do mark the levels as early as 6:05, no later than 6:05, and I do show you how I mark the levels. We look at the economic trading calendar, and then 6:30 it's showtime, and then we really trade for at least a good solid hour to an hour and a half. Have an amazing weekend. Practice your risk management. Don't overtrade. It will be waiting for us here. We're going to have some amazing setups heading into next week. Yeah, there we go. QQQ is starting to not only fill these orders on the click here, but anticipate a little bit of a bounce here. And then if we continue to have, if you know, look on your computer on your side and we start to get lower time frame breaks below here, then we're definitely going to try to fill this gap. And then the other thing too, this 50% level is important. It's going to be a take profit level here too. And then here, this other slow moving average, 200 moving average. All right, I really gotta go. I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Bye.